Welcome back to the final round in this Cricket West Indies T20 bidders. We continue to bring you live coverage from the gorgeous island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the scenic venue of the Annisvale Sporting Complex. The second encounter, a big one between Jamaica, looking to book their place in the final, versus Guyana, who has booked their place in the final. If you're just joining us today, Leeward Islands, they won their first game against Trinidad and Tobago in the history of this competition, and they've also put themselves in a decent position to make the final. By my math, I'll get the correct points for you. Obviously, you'll see that before the end of this day, but I think Leeward Islands were only able to get to 29 points. That puts them in second position. Jamaica, 23 points now. They'll be looking to get to at least, win this game to get them to 29 points and any other added bonus points so that they can extend the lead to book themselves into the final on Sunday. First news at the toss is Jamaica won the toss and opted to field first. Leeward Islands fan will be hoping that's the only thing that Jamaica is able to win today, as they want to get their feet into the final on Sunday. Jamaicans fans would say that's a good start, given that Guyana has never batted first in this tournament so far. This will be their first time. So that's good from Jamaica, winning the toss and putting the opposition in unfamiliar territory. As I welcome Mr. Osnet Kato. Good afternoon to you, Osnet.
Good afternoon to you, Stacey, and good afternoon to all our viewers, wherever you are viewing this broadcast from.
Liliana Grimond and Mandy Mangru, opening batters. Haven't quite found that opening combination. Guyana, first game, they used Mentor, used Ashmini Munisa as well, and now they are going to Mandy Mangru. She opened the batting as well in that game against Trinidad and Tobago. They have opening partnerships of 42, and then after that it's 8, 8, and then 5. Something they'll be looking to put to right as Chanel Henry, opening bowler for Jamaica.
It's a big game for Jamaica. Still has that opportunity to qualify. So they'll be looking to at least restrict the Guyanese team to a low total as possible, and then they'll have an idea of what they need to score in terms of getting that bonus point and eventually qualifying. But that's a long way away. They need to start well, especially in the power play, as we look at Henry starting proceedings.
That's a beautiful delivery. Beating the outside edge there of Liliana Grimond. Faint appeal as well from some of the players around the bat.
A good delivery there from Chanel Henry, just getting that ball to move away from the right-handers somewhat. She'll be aided by the wind blowing from right to left on your screens. Starting from this backway end, quite interestingly, hasn't bowled a lot of overs from this end.
Dug out there looking for a single. There's a mix-up. Oh, it needed a better throw, at least. Needed someone at the stumps to take the return in and effect that run-up. Could have been a dangerous start for Guyana.
Bit of miscommunication between these two. They'll be played out to backward point on the offside. There was Mangru coming through for the single, not really getting the response from her partner in the form of Grimond, but all is well that ends well for them and the Guyana team.
Fuller one that time in the gap. Now they take the single, much easier. Grimond and Guyana is off the mark.
This time around, an easy single in the end, just punching that one through the offside. So they seem to be quite prepared to run aggressive in the wicket. It's just a matter of getting the communication channels right.
Mention it's their first time batting first in this tournament. Won all their games so far, 33 runs on top of everybody else, 24 match points and 9 bonus points. Guyana. This is a full one. Turn to that, peel that short, fine leg, and they run through for a single. So a misfield there from Morgan, I believe. Shouldn't have been a run. It should have been put away as well. It was such a poor delivery.
Just looking at Henry so far in this over, she hasn't looked the most comfortable. Seemed to be not in the right rhythm to some extent. That delivery, a full toss on the line of the leg stump. I'm sure Mango will be quite disappointed she didn't get that pass, that fielder there at short, fine leg. Once again, we saw a bit of aggressive running. So that's refreshing to see. It's just a matter of them making sure that they are on the right page, the same wavelength, as they would say.
Yeah, you mentioned you're seeing some discomfort from Henry, but they'll need her Jamaica, leading run scorer in this tournament. Need her with ball in hand as well. So one more ball to close out this first over. It's a huge appeal, and it's given. So Liliana Griman has to go back, and that opening partnership continue not to produce for Guyana. 2-for-1 after 1 overs.
A very good end to the over there for Chanel Henry and the Jamaican team. We're just mentioning she seemed to be limping somewhat, but on that occasion, getting her line and her length correct and striking Griman plumb in front, I would say. So she gets her first wicket. It's the end of the first over. Guyana, they are 2-for-1.
Yeah, Griman walked a long way across our stump there. An easy decision in the end for the umpire. You talk about Guyana not batting first in the tournament. Have already booked their spot into that final on Sunday. They should not be looking at this as, or should not be feeling too hard done by this decision by Jamaica to insert them, as they should look at this as an insightful test outside of their comfort zone, hasn't it?
It's an opportunity for them to get a few things right, just brush up on a few areas, one of those areas being the opening partnership. But unfortunately for them, losing another early wicket in the piece, so it's a matter of them consolidating. You don't want to get yourself into false habit, so it's a matter of being professional, even though you're in the final already. So they'll be looking to get a few things right in this particular game.
Yeah, Selena White played her first game in that previous encounter against Barbados. Picked up a wicket as well in the power play. New batter now, Shabika Gajnabi. Has some good starts in the tournament so far. Has looked very busy when she comes to the middle. Short one, it's in the air, but no one can get to it. Another chance goes a begging for Jamaica. They've produced 2 that they haven't been able to take full advantage of.
Quite fortunately there for Mangru, hitting that ball in the air but falling in no man's land. So she lives to fight another day. And White, as we spoke about before, had a very good game last time around. She'll be looking to replicate that performance.
Driving this time, looking for a quick single. She gets off the mark as well, Mandy. You'll expect a lot of running between this pair for Guyana. I thought someone was really going to get to that. It hung in the air for a very long time. Top edge there from Mandy Mangru. Looking to pull. Wasn't meant to be. She'll be looking to capitalize on that chance, as well as the run out in the first over. The near run out, I should say.
Well, it's been an eventful 1.2 overs so far. We've seen it all. We've seen wickets. We've seen opportunities created for the Jamaican team.
Forward defense to start by Gajnabi.
Very good conditions here at the Annisvale Sporting Complex for cricket. The sun is out in all its glory. Slight wind blowing across the ground. Should keep the players relatively cool.
Really good lines from Selena White to back up the efforts of Chanel Henry in that first over.
But this is exactly what we saw from her in the last encounter. She was able to hit her straps quite early, get the ball into those right areas, making the batsmen play. She served to be a very able replacement for Chanel Henry, if you can recall, didn't start the bowling effort of the Jamaican team in the last game.
Using her feet and using it well. Effective shot from Gajnabi, and she gets off the mark in style.
Very good shot there from Gajnabi. Didn't try to hit it hard, just got to the pitch of it and really stroked it over mid-off into the fence for 4. So good intent from her at the start of this innings, and it's always a good option going down the ground.
Yeah, the dancing shoes were on against Trinidad and Tobago, chasing that low total. Continuing here as well, Gajnabi. So 5 runs coming from the second over. Guyana 7 for 1.
The 7 for 1 the Guyana team having been inserted this afternoon in game number 2 of this full day of fixtures here in the Cricket West Indies T20 Blaze, the female edition. Not the most electric starts, but having lost that early wicket is always a matter of them consolidating to some extent, as we see Chanel Henry continuing proceedings from the backway end.
Looking for a single. Communication hasn't been great so far. Pulling again, but not with any sort of power. Just falling short of Kenisha. Lena Scott. Similarly built, Scott and Ferran. Lena Scott at short mid-wicket.
It was a short line delivery, was there to be hit. But Mangru, not getting any sort of timing, seemed to be rushed to some extent. In the end, just falling short of the fielder there at mid-wicket.
Yeah, safe to say in this tournament, Guyana's batting hasn't been under any sort of pressure. They've won the toss most times. The only time I remember them losing the toss is against Leeward Islands in that first encounter. But they've bowled first throughout and restricted oppositions for less than 100. And that has worked well for them so far. A slash down to deep third.
Just offering a bit of whiff on that occasion, Chanel Henry. There was Mangru coming on to the front foot, looking to stroke it through the cover region, just getting the outer portion of the bat, sped down to the fielder there on the deep third man boundary for a single.
Not a wide delivery. Puts her hands up in apology. Henry. Not the area she's targeting. Perhaps looking for that in-swinger to the right-handed batter. Or just starting it a bit too straight on that occasion, Henry. Looking to take this one down the ground. Good fielding by Kenisha Ferran at mid-on.
It's a rather sedate start from the Guyana team. Hasn't shown a lot of intent, apart from that shot in the previous over where Gajnabi used her feet, got it over the infield into the fence. We haven't seen a lot of that. They've been quite prepared just to see it out. And as I say that, we're seeing Gajnabi once again giving herself some room, trying to go through the offside, in the end finding the fielder short extra cover. So it's the end of another economical over there from Chanel Henry. 2 overs, 1 for 4 for her so far. And Guyana, after 3 overs, they're 9 for 1.
So White to continue. You look at the most runs tally in this tournament. The leading run scorer for Guyana has already been dismissed, Liliana Grimond. 74 runs in this tournament. Heading into this match. The next best batter is Shabika Gajnabi with 56 runs. She's at the crease now. It's also fair to say that they haven't had a lot of runs to chase as well in the tournament.
It's something you alluded to earlier. It's an opportunity for them to bat first and try and work some things out in terms of their batting. Having chased those low totals, not a great opportunity for players to bat for long periods of time. Into over number 4. So lots of time here for these two to put their hands up and be counted and climb their way up that most runs chart.
Using the feet seems to be the best option for Gajnabi against Selena White. An attempt there, but perhaps a change of pace coming from Selena White.
On this occasion, perhaps staying a bit leg side of that delivery. In the end, had to stretch outside the off stump, making no sort of contact. So it seemed to be her mode of operation in terms of her attacking intent against the seamers, the use of her feet. Just has to be selective.
Hit uppishly, but there's a fielder long on, Waysome.
That's a good looking shot. Playing that one on the up, on drive, down to long on. Once again, looking to be a belt of a wicket. Wicket where you can play through the line. Unfortunately, we haven't seen a lot of players take advantage of such good batting conditions here in this tournament.
Yeah, Jamaica with the best score of 149. Leeward Islands 133 today.
I think it's safe to say those are two of the teams that have shown the most intent in the tournament in terms of the level of batsmanship. At the same time, you can clearly say also that they've been a team that have been able to execute well. It's one thing to have intent, but execution is also critical.
Walking it to the onside, looking for a single. Can't get it. Yeah, that last delivery is really a reflection of how a number of the teams and batters have gone about in the tournament. It was a very delivery that was on the line of the leg stump, you will see, and she picked out one of the only fielders on the leg side. There's a big gap around the square leg area. Could have easily had 1 or 2 had she hit that gap. Instead, it's none, and another dot to finish the over. And at the end of 4 overs, Guyana woman 11 for 1.
Just 2 runs coming from that over. Another economical over there from White. Doesn't have a lot of pace, but seems to have a degree of control. And so far the Guyana batters haven't been able to get her away. Haven't been able to get the ball into the gaps. Haven't been able to score boundaries on a regular basis, which has resulted in this current run rate being 2.75. 11 for 1 after 4 overs.
Nisha and Waysome, new bowler now. Has bowled well in the tournament, Nisha. They're all picking up a lot of wickets. Has been steady for the most part for Jamaica. Starts well.
Yes, Waysome, I thought she really formed a very good partnership with White in that last game, where Chanel Henry was absent at the start of that bowling innings. I thought both of them bowled well, created a lot of pressure, and were able to get a couple of wickets along the way. She'll be hoping to do more of the same here this afternoon.
Yeah, this will be her 8th over in the tournament total. Gajnabi just in this one in the cover area, and it gets to the boundary. So she picks up a second boundary in this innings.
A very good shot there from Gajnabi. Being offered a bit of whiff outside the off stump. Just came onto her front foot and stroked that one through extra cover. Testing the speed of this outfield in the end. Just making it over the boundary was that delivery. So good result for Gajnabi, good result for the Guyana team. They're up to 15 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, really good hands through the ball there, Gajnabi. And importantly, finding the gap as well. A bit fuller that time. Waysome mentioned that this is her 8th over in the tournament altogether, wasn't it? She's picked up 3 wickets as well to her name. An economy of 4.71.
We spoke about the impact of the seamers in the tournament. Jamaica perhaps one of the few teams that have utilized seamers to some extent. The likes of Waysome, White, Chanel Henry. Spinners have also had their part to play for the Jamaica team.
Nicely played, but straight to nation. Can't find the gap, Mandy Mangru.
Mangru being quite diminutive. Hasn't been able to time the ball to any great extent so far. But she's there. She'll be looking to just bat as long as possible. Perhaps form a partnership here with Gajnabi.
Looking to hit and run, but I was straight to the bowler. Amazing scenes. Came off the boot of the bowler, went to cover, and it was almost an overthrow.
Once again, a lot happening out there in the middle in terms of the running. Mangru seemed to be quite prepared to put some pressure on the infield. Just has to be more selective. Has to wait on the call of a partner. 4 from 13 deliveries. I'm sure she'll be quite desperate to get going. But this one is it straight to the fielder there, mid-off. Simple catch. Just as we were saying, maybe feeling a bit of the pressure there. Mangru wasn't getting the ball away, wasn't getting it into the gaps. This delivery, a full-length delivery. Looking to go over the fielder there at mid-off. In the end, presenting a simple opportunity and well taken.
A poor failure from Mandy Mangru. She was dismissed in the same fashion against Trinidad and Tobago, looking to go over the infield. Not her style of play, you'll say. Even a lack of power that she seemingly possesses. Was frustrated trying to get the ball off the square. In the end, she's dismissed for 4 or 14 deliveries.
16 for 2, Guyana. Jamaican team really getting off to a very good start here in this must-win encounter for them. I'm sure they'll be quite buoyed by their efforts so far. And they'll continue to try and take wickets, especially all around here in the power play. Still 1 over to go. As we see Campbell making our way into the wicket and making his way into the commentary boxes, none other than Mr. Kenroy Martin. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon to you, Osnet. Good afternoon to the viewers of this beautiful broadcast coming from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. West Indies T20 Blast here at Andersville playing field, and Jamaica at this point in time are really having a blast outside there in the nice humid weather. And Guyana struggling somewhat, 16 for 2.
Yes, a bit of pressure on the Guyana is quite early in the piece. As we see Watts coming into the attack. Similar template being used by the Jamaican team throughout the tournament in terms of starting up front with pace and then introducing their spinners. This one is short and punched past the fielder at backward point, an opportunity for a second. I think they'll get it quite comfortably in the end. It's a good start to the over for Gajnabi. Look quite positive so far in this brief innings.
Yeah, I do agree with you there, Osnet. Outside the off stump, and she punched it nicely to a backward point. Picked up 2 nice looking runs. She reminds me of that old cricketer, Ravinder De Silva, or mannerisms and everything like that. Always busy and always looking to score runs.
Well, she's a player with West Indies experience, so you expect her skill level, her temperament to shine through. That's what we expect from most of the players who have played at the international level.
She has some class as well. Uses her feet very well. I was saying that she's like a lady in a 6-inch high heel walking across the stage when she's batting. Osnet. She uses her feet very well. Just said it.
This one is punched down the ground. Bit belated there was Campbell responding for that single. In the end, getting there quite comfortably. So another run to Gajnabi. Moves up to 13. Guyana, they are 19 for 2.
You spoke earlier of team getting themselves sorted for the finals. Guyana, who haven't batted first in this tournament, has an opportunity today to iron some things out, as you said before. But they are struggling somewhat here against Jamaica. 19 for 2. They have not really set targets in this tournament. They have chased and have done well so far in the tournament. First time they are batting.
This one is outside the off stump. Missing it completely was Campbell. It's the end of a tight over there from Watts. Just 3 runs coming from it. With Guyana, at the end of the power play, they're 19 for 2.
So Henry had 2 overs, 1 wicket, 4 runs. White 2 and 7 runs, no wicket. And Winsome, she had 1 for 5. Really, some good bowling here by the Jamaicans. The Pacers have done well. They have hit the lines and lengths. They have not bowled much extra deliveries. They have kept the Guyanese batters intact. And really, they have not really let them loose here against their bowling attack. Jamaica, a strong all-round team, in my opinion. They have some good bowling, and then they have a century maker in their team, and the others just need to bat around her. How much Guyana gets today, I think they would back themselves to get it as well.
It's going to be Waysome to continue proceedings here from the backway end. Bowling to Gajnabi. Full length delivery. Oh my goodness, a bit of a misfield there from Scott. Lena Scott. I'm sure viewers would have heard her name mentioned quite a bit throughout the entire tournament. Has been quite busy in the field, has been quite good as well. But on that occasion, allowing that one to go through her and allowing a single there for the Guyana team, they move up to 20 for 2.
Yeah, easy single being offered up there. And they took it. So Guyana now 20 for 2. Little things do change these games.
Driving this one. Not timing it as well as she would like there, Campbell. So trying to get used to the pace and conditions here. You mentioned something about the Jamaican team being a very good all-round team, Kenroy, but looking back at a couple of their performances, I think their fielding has let them down to some extent.
Yeah,
especially that game against the Leeward Islands, I think.
Drop a few catches.
Really, well. And I think had they fielded better in that game, they would not be in the position they are in today. They would have perhaps qualified quite easily.
Yeah, missed a few tricks in that game against the Leeward Islands. I think they bowled a little bit too close to Joseph, gave her too much strike. And in that shortened version of the game, I think they lost their way somewhere. And Joseph really pounced on them and actually took the bowling attack to task and won that game for the Leeward Islands. He dropped a few catches as well, and that added to the series.
Driven nicely into the fence for 4. Timing that one nicely there, Campbell. We saw her attempting that shot previously in the over. Not timing it well, but on this occasion, finding somewhere close to the middle of the bat. And it's safe to say that the old field has quickened up somewhat. That one rushing into the fence for 4. So good result for her. And Guyana, they're up to 24 for the loss of 2.
Well, she did what most of the batters are not doing in this tournament, finding the gap. And she did that to perfection and to race across the outfield and rushed over the boundary rope for 4. 4 beautiful runs there scored by Campbell. She looks really in good touch. She and this other batter who's very smooth on her feet, Gajnabi from Guyana.
Good response there from Waysam. Just tucking up. Bit straighter this time around, not allowing her the opportunity to free her arms. Also saw a change in the feel for that delivery. There's now a feeder back on the deep extra cover boundary. So we're responding to that shot from Campbell. Captain Williams opting to spread the field somewhat. 3 fielders outside the circle at this time. Deep mid-wicket, long on and deep extra cover. So when it's punched through mid-wicket, a chance for a run out. Perhaps a direct hit on that occasion would have been interesting. Lena Scott once again into the thick of things. But all's well, and that ends well there for Campbell and the Guyana team. They're up to 25 for 2, 7 overs completed.
Yeah, and we've been plagued again with that dot ball ratio, 2 runs again here in this game. Very important game it is. Teams are still bowling a lot of dot deliveries, a lot of runs not being scored in the power play. So they're not taking advantage of those situations and circumstances. Guyana now 25 for 2, 7 overs bowled. With that sort of batting, you're not looking for anything beyond 100 runs really as net, but they need to step on the gas if they need to give Jamaica a total that would cause them to even have a little panic, the Windies Jamaican team.
Yes, the run rate currently is just around 3.57 runs per over. They want to get that up to at least 5, beyond 5 at some point in time. But they'll also need to keep wickets in hand. That's going to be key. So they can make a run for it in the back end, the death overs. That seems a very long distance away as we are into over number 8. Watts it is again with her off spin. Quite steady off spin, must be said, throughout the tournament. Hasn't had a lot of wickets, but she has kept things tight for the Jamaican team coming out of the power play. Campbell using her feet this time around. So both players seem prepared to use their feet, especially against the spinners. Something that the Guyanese team, male and female, are known for over the years. Likes of Ram Narisawan, Carl Hooper, Shivner and Chandapal, and the list goes on and on.
Yeah, I think they batted really well against the spinners in this tournament, these batters from Guyana. They really took it to the Trinidadians the night before. Played some lovely shot against the spinners, chipping down the wicket. And they really look smooth in their approach when it comes to batting spin. They really adapt to it. And they did well. And they continue to do so here against the Jamaicans. They just need to find the gaps, push a little harder, and get the runs on the outfield.
Once again, good piece of cricket here from these two. Campbell and Gajnabi seem to have good understanding. Run well between the wickets. A couple of occasions in this over, you've seen them just angling the face of the bat into the gaps for singles. Something that we have not seen a lot of in the tournament from a lot of the teams, Kenroy. Once again, punching this one down the ground for another single.
As the field is open like that, you stroke the ball up and down. What has happened is that when they bat a lot of dot deliveries, they tend to go over the top and lose their wickets, trying to challenge the fielder on the boundary. What they are doing, they are looking for the singles, hitting it on the floor. They're not challenging the boundary riders. This time, she goes down the track. She brought her in for this delivery, and immediately she went down the ground and smashed it for 4 through mid-on.
Very good batting once again from Campbell, sensing the fact that the mid-on was brought in from long on for that last delivery of that over. Once again, using her feet and getting just enough on that one to evade the fielder there at mid-on and into the fence for 4. So very good over there for the Guyana team. They're now up to 33 for 2. 8 overs completed.
Yeah, lovely batting there by Campbell down the track and really spanking it through mid-on. Brought the fielder up. Recognizing that they're taking the singles to the fielders on the ropes. Skipper brought her up and immediately she ran down the track and smashed it through mid-on for 4. Lovely, lovely, lovely cricket. Lovely cricket shot that was played there. And Guyana keep pressing here. These two are pretty important in the aspects of things here. They have lost 2 wickets. They need a partnership between them as well. And a momentum.
It's going to be Campbell, and he's driving this one straight back to Campbell. So she has a miracle start to her spell. There was Gajnabi punching that one a bit uppishly. Well taken in the end there from Campbell. Just not getting close enough to that delivery. Presenting a simple catch there from Campbell, which she accepted gleefully in the end. So a third wicket goes, and Guyana, they're 33 for free.
Yeah, disappointing there is Gajnabi. That ball was flighted, but what has happened there? That happened there is that she took the pace off. She played a little bit too early, and it came officially back to Campbell, who took an easy catch going to her left, and she goes back to the field, and a very good wicket to take at this time, 33 for 3.
It's something our fellow commentator spoke about the last round of fixtures in terms of Campbell. Doesn't bowl the ball quickly. He's one of those few spinners in the tournament who has been prepared to give it a bit of air, bowl a bit slower. And as you mentioned on that occasion, perhaps playing a bit too early there was Gajnabi. In the end, presenting that simple opportunity there for Campbell. So a dream start for her at the start of her spell, coming into over number 9. As we see Fraser coming in at number 5 for the Guyana team.
Well, 33 for 3, Guyana. Fraser have just joined Campbell. Gajnami goes back. Played well for the time she was at the crease. Took it to the bowlers. Ran down the track a couple of occasions. Hit it over the top. Looked very nicely. Batted nicely until our dismissal. Now it is up to Campbell and Fraser to bat another just about 11.5 overs to get them to a respectable total this evening.
I think from a Guyanese perspective, they would have hoped that that partnership carry on to at least the 14th, 15th over Kenroy. As we see Campbell again into Fraser. Wide delivery down the leg side. Yes, they would have been hoping that that partnership just continue in the vein in which it was operating in. They were getting the singles. They were also getting the boundaries as well. So quite disappointing from a Guyanese perspective to lose Gajnabi at that particular point. So Fraser, she has a job here to do now with Campbell to do a bit of repair work. As this one is flighted and perhaps striking outside the off stump, not turning back enough. I think Fraser there not playing a shot. It's a dangerous route to take.
Yeah, indeed. The left arm spinner coming over the wicket. As you said, it pitched outside off stump coming back. Didn't hit her in line. That was the issue. There was struck her outside the off stump. And some good bowling here by Campbell so far for Jamaica. This time she just hiking it down to mid-on and picks up another single. But some good bowling here to restrict the Guyanese so far.
Well, flighted delivery once again from Campbell. Not afraid to do that. Captain has the fielder there long on as well. A bit of protection for her. That occasion, Fraser punching this one down the ground. Gets a single, she's off the mark. 35 for free. Brings Campbell into strike. It'll be interesting to see if both of these players have the same level of communication that we saw from Gajnabi and Campbell, where they were able to get the singles at will.
Well, they would need to do that against this bowling attack. They are not giving them anything freely. They are bowling pretty tight wicket to wicket. Bowling to their field as well. Campbell has bowled a very good over to start things here for herself.
Using her feet once again is Campbell. Fraser had to really put in the hard yards to get to the other end. In the end, I think she made it quite safely. One more added to the total. 36 for free. I think something else to note in terms of that Gajnabi dismissal. I think both of them were able to get the field spreaded to some extent. So the singles were easier to accumulate at that time. So the Jamaican captain employing a deep extra cover long off, long on. At that time, I was going to speak about whether or not she could have brought a couple of those fielders into the circle. But unfortunately for Guyana, Gajnabi gave her wicket away to some extent.
As you mentioned, the partnership had gotten the Jamaicans start thinking differently. because they were already settled and they were picking up the singles and picking up the boundaries. And all of a sudden, Campbell came into the attack and grabbed that wicket, and everything has changed from then on. So a very good over bowl by Campbell, picking up that crucial wicket of Gajnabi, brings the total now to 37 for 3, 9 overs completed.
We're just scoring around 4.11 runs per over. It's a bit of an improvement in terms of that 3.75 we spoke about in the previous over. So slowly but surely the Guyana team, they are going, trying to get some sort of momentum back into their innings. As we're going to see Shedi Nation being introduced into the attack. I think she has been quite effective in the tournament with her off spin. It's again a bowler who has been able to be economical and at the same time pick up some crucial wickets for the Jamaican team. Punching this one, a diving effort there at cover. Not able to prevent the single though. So Campbell seemed to be able to get herself going in terms of those singles. So far she's been quite busy, using her feet at times, getting the ball into the gaps, down the ground, using soft hands at times. So they'll be hoping that she can continue in this vein for the next 6 to 7 overs, if possible.
Guyana would love to have one of these batters batting at least 15, 16 overs, where they have a time to go in the back end. We have not seen much of that in the tournament. We haven't seen any batters who have really bat from the start and finished the innings. They have gotten starts, but all of a sudden they will get out when it's very crucial. Good delivery there, bowled by Nation. Flighty delivery, missed the stumps, missed the keeper. I think it took a inside edge from Fraser and run down to fine leg and picks up another single.
A very good delivery there from Nation. Missing everything. Just getting the inner portion of the bat. Quite fortunately it was Fraser. She lives to fight another day. It's 39 for 3. Nation another one of those players who has experience at the highest level. Very tidy off spinner. Not too tidy off her own bowling on that occasion. Allowing that one to go down to long on for a single. 40 for 3.
What I've seen from Campbell here, she's not taking on the fielders. She's hitting the ball on the floor, hitting it mid-on, mid-off, looking for the single, looking to palm the strike, looking to score off every delivery. She has 14 from 16 deliveries. As you said, she has been rather busy so far. So that's the end of, I think, 10 overs bowled, and there's a water break. So as they have a break on the field, we would have one here as well at Arnesville. I will be back to bring you more coverage of this game between Guyana and Jamaica in the Women's T20 Blast in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Well, back here at Annesville playing field, it's 40 for 3. Guyana haven't lost the toss and was sent in by Jamaica. Jamaica have picked up 3 scalps so far. As we continue with Nation with the first delivery after the break. Dot delivery, something that has plagued this tournament thus far. With me in the commentator's booth is Stacyan. Stacyan, welcome back. Good evening. Afternoon, that is.
Good afternoon and hello to all the viewers. Dismissed batter so far, Liliana Grimond. LBW by Henry.
Nation appeals.
Mandy Mangu was dismissed caught after bowling of Waysome. And then Shabika Gajnabi was caught and bowled by young Nicole Campbell. So a bit of repair job to be done by Fraser and Captain Campbell in the middle.
Yeah, 10 overs, 40 runs, 3 wickets. Lost those important wickets, Guyana. First time they are batting up front. So we have seen a different Guyana team here today. We know they are pretty strong bowling wise. We have not really seen their batting being put under any pressure in this tournament. Today they are, and they are 40 for 3. This one is down the track, using her feet as she normally does. Campbell, misfield there by another Campbell, the bowler. She gets a single, so that brings Fraser, the captain, into strike.
Yeah, a good piece of bowling by young Campbell, you'll say. Saw Campbell coming down the track to her and looked to push it wider. Luckily for Shemaine Campbell, that is, she got some bat on too. Have to separate the 2 Campbells. Nicole Campbell bowling, Shemaine Campbell batting.
Good delivery outside the off stump. She's cutting and missing into the keeper's gloves. So some slow teasing bowling here by Campbell out of Jamaica. Left arm spin over the wicket. This one is hit short into the hands of the fielder at short extra cover. Hit with some power as well, but a beautiful catch by that fielder at short extra cover. And wicket number 4 has gone. It's 41 for 4 here, Guyana. Lovely catch. Well bowled.
Lena Scott can do no wrong in the field, or very little. A diving effort from her to the right. I think the fielders around her expected that. She's been so brilliant for Jamaica in the outfield. You give that wicket to the fielder, Ken Roy. Cherry and Fraser thought she was getting to pierce the gap. It sat up nicely. She made good connection. But a flying Lena Scott sees to it that she's dismissed.
Yeah, really good catch. She hit it with some power as well. But the exceptional fielder at short extra cover did the rest for her bowler Campbell. Very good support. When you have those sort of fielders in and the outfield, you have no problem, Stacyan. And she proved that again here against the Guyanese. It's 41 for 4. Guyana have completed 10.3 overs. So that brings Monisa to the crease. She now meets Campbell, who's on 15 from 17. And Guyana 41 for 4 after being sent in here by the Jamaicans.
If you're just joining us, remember Leeward Islands, they're currently second on the table because they won that game versus Trinidad and Tobago earlier this morning. Jamaica now searching to overtake them so that they can feel more comfortable with an eye on making that final on Sunday. Guyana, of course, already qualifying.
It's a good line and length here by Campbell, just on that off stump, foot stump, causing them to come on the front foot. That short extra cover lurking there for anything that is hit upishly or airborne for any period of time. Again, she's driving it in the outer portion of the bat. Feel that backward point comes around. Doesn't feel cleanly, but a single been on offer there for the Guyanese The over come to an end. It's now 42 for 4 here at Arnesville in this very important game. 11 overs completed.
Yeah, Ashmini Munisa, we saw her opening the batting on 2 different occasions for Guyana in search of getting that opening combination right. Haven't yet found that. Opening partnership continue to fail for Guyana. The initial one was 42 runs, but it was very slow. So they look to bring someone probably a bit more proactive at the top. It hasn't worked for them. Now Ashmini Munisa coming in at number 6. So definitely has some ability with the bat if she has opened the batting previously.
It worked for Guyana today. She's down the order. Nation has the ball in hand. First over went for 3.
A full delivery, unable to make great connection on that.
Just stroking it to the fielder at mid-on. Straight to the fielder. Not making use of that. Bad delivery ball there by Nation. This time she's working it to mid-wicket. Turned back there by her partner, Campbell. Pretty quiet times here for the Guyanese. This time she's driving and missing outside the off stump. So some good bowling here by Nation. Testing over so far. This time is a full delivery. Hit straight to the field at mid-off. Who comes in and feel a single is on offer. They took it. 1 went to the tally. Another easy single there for Campbell. Straight to the field at long off.
Yeah, before that delivery, she didn't see the strike for 9 deliveries. Fraser dismissed before and Ashmini Munisa.
This one is falling short of the mid-off fielder. Throw comes in, misses the stump, backed up by the wicket keeper. Ball falling in no man's land again. I think that's the 3rd time for this inning so far. But fortune favored the brave. 45 for 4. Here, Guyana have been lost the toss and been inserted by Jamaica. Jamaica really in the control seat here at this time.
Yeah, just to paint the picture of what Jamaica is aiming to do in this game. They came into this match with 23 points on the board. A win will give you 6 points, so it will take them to 29. Leeward Islands. Today, from my calculations, I think they were only able to get 2 bonus points. But we'll get the correct calculations for you at some point in time. I hope my calculations are correct. So that would mean that they are up to 29 as well. And if Jamaica gets to 29, then they will tie with them and they will have a better net run rate. Ashmini Munisa are picking up 2 runs. So that will put them ahead of Leeward Islands. But I'm sure Jamaica would want to win and win convincingly and pick up numerous bonus points along the way to put them ahead of the pack without any sorts of questions. In this period, they've picked up 2 wickets. They have 2 and a bit overs remaining to try and pick up 2 more wickets and see them picking up a bonus point.
This one is driven backward point. It's running close to the fence. It's getting there. Would it be stopped? Just in front of the ropes. I think they would have a view of that. I'm not too sure. Umpire is asking. So we see that replay again.
Bit comical, I'll say, from Waysome. She got there, did all the hard work, ran it down well. Then when she was about to loft it back in or fling it back in with the backhand. I think it hit her body and almost trickled back into the rope. Luckily for her, it just held up right in front of the rope and Julian Morgan did the cleaning up. There you go. It was hit into her knee, almost ricocheting off her body and headed into the rope. It's actually been a judge 4. So it did manage to just touch the rope at the last moment.
Well, 4 runs. It's now 51. 51 for 4. That is why you have technology. And you have to use it. You have to use it. This trouble here, this is trouble here, trouble here. She played it at short mid-wicket, called for a single, and Munisa goes back. Her partner didn't respond. That was suicidal. From the start, it was suicidal. Jamaica has taken another wicket through the run-out route. Guyana now 51 for 4.
Yeah, from inception, Ashmini Munisa has been just hitting the ball and looking to run anything. That occasion, Campbell was not having it. There was not a run there. And to that fielder again, Lena Scott, who's been like a whippet across the field and had the presence of mind as well that the batter was nowhere near there. So she just threw it underarm style to the keeper. Well done to Jamaica and Lena Scott, a skipper as well, just getting her team in, calling them in as soon as they got that dismissal, just to reinforce to them what they need to do in this game.
Well, in this all-important game, Jamaica versus Guyana. Guyana basically qualified for the finals already. They are now 51 for 5. The loss of that wicket. Through the run-out route, Campbell has bowled exceptionally well so far. 12 runs coming from her 2.4 overs. Campbell is still there. She's on 16 from 18. And Grimmon has joined her. She now meets in the middle. She needs to stay with her as long as possible.
Grimmon, who's more known for her bowling, she's at the top of the table now because of her average and economy rate. Sugrim didn't manage to pick up any wickets today. Grimmon previously has opened the batting for Guyana, but I remember of her, she had a very nice cover drive, but more known with ball in hand now. They need all that sort of batting skill to come to the party from Grimmon today, Guyana.
So there's outside here, some driving to backward point, straight to the fielder. No run. Campbell completes a third over. 12 runs from her, 3 overs thus far. Grimmon yet to score. Campbell is on 16 from 18 deliveries. Run rate 3.92 and 13 overs bowled. Guyana 51 for 5.
So Jamaica hunting up another wicket at least in this phase of the game.
This one is smashed down to long off for another single.
And they dearly love that wicket of Shemaine Campbell.
This one is outside here of some. She throws a kitchen sink at it, hitting the outer portion of the bat and running down to third man. She would only get a single. Nation, 2.2 overs, 8 runs. Bowling for Jamaica. Spinners have done really well. This time she's hitting it over mid-wicket. Straight to the fielder there. 1 run. Good throw in to the bowler. So showing some intent there. It's Campbell.
Yeah, Campbell, one of the few batters in the tournament that looks to use her feet and uses it quite well also.
This time she's driving it over mid-off. Into the fence for 4. Nation just losing her length somewhat, flighting it outside the off stump. And she just crashed into that one, hitting it over the top into the fence for 4. 4 lovely runs.
Yes, indeed. Griman just ditching the helmet, hitting it to the left of that fielder, Kenisha Ferran. Some good bat onto it.
This time she just closing the face of the baton, hitting it between mid-on. Long to long on, picks up another single. Seems to have some dark clouds just gathering above us there. Seen that before the start of this game. Hopefully we will not get any interruption. If there's any, should be rather slight. But when you look to the western side, it's pretty clear. But on the eastern side, has some dark clouds just within that area. Western side is pretty clear down to Beckway. Pretty much clear. So Guyana haven't been inserted. They are 59 for 5. Campbell on 18 from 20. And Griman is on 6 from 6. This one is a short and slower delivery from Watts.
Skipper runs all the way down to have a word with our bowler. Just using 3 fielders out, Jamaica. Long on, long off, and mid-wicket.
Jamaica bowling have not been put under any pressure so far from the Guyanese batters. This time she's hitting it over the top. It goes over the top. Cover. She's gone for 1. She's back for 2. So seeing some intentions coming from from Griman there. Flighted delivery outside the house and she went over the top of covers and completing 2 runs.
And you look at the points table as well in terms of who has accumulated the most bonus points in this tournament. That will be Jamaica, picking up 11 bonus points total so far. Certainly a team that knows how to pick up those extra points in comparison to the others. Seeing a substitute fielder on, Kate Wilmot.
Trouble here again. Just didn't get it off. She's looking for another single into that arms of that fielder short mid-wicket. Really. Umpire signaling something there. Seems to be a dead baller. Something of that sort. 61 for 5. Not to show. This time she's bowled. Flighted delivery. She went over mid-wicket, missed it completely, and it crashed into the leg stump. 61 for 6, Guyana in this, the 15th over.
Game within the game, and Jamaica has come out on top picking up that bonus point in this phase of the game. Guyana just needed to bat 2 more balls. Leeward Islands certainly would have been hoping that Grimman would have survived. Instead, she's bowled all over the place, as you said, Ken Roy. So the rejoicing from the skipper when that ball crashed into the stump, because she knew that then and there her team picked up a bonus point.
Well, Jamaica, you're playing for a position in the finals. 14.5 overs bowled. 6 wickets down, 61 runs on the board. Guyana lost the toss, sent in by Jamaica, so Jamaica should be pleased with their work so far. They have done well.
Yeah, so those of you just joining us and want to understand what the bonus point is, why did they collect the bonus point? They had to pick up 4 wickets in overs 7 to 15, and they managed to do that. In the power play, of course, they only managed to pick up 2 wickets, picked up 4 others in that phase from 7 to 15. Slip in place now in Chanel Henry. Katana Mentor, new batter.
Outside here, something to the keeper's glove, bring the over to an end. After 15 overs, it's 61 for 6. So, Campbell is still there, not out on 18 from 20. And the Mentor has just joined her. She has not gotten off the mark as yet. Watts has bowled 3 overs for 13 runs, pick up that crucial wicket just a while ago. And with that being said, I'll make space for Asnet Kato as he continues to bring coverage here of this lovely cricket between Guyana and Jamaica in the West Indies T20 Women's Blast here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome, Asnet Kato. Jamaica large and in charge in this match versus Guyana.
Yes, a very good performance so far from the Jamaican team. I'm sure they'll be looking to finish off proceedings as we see Henry coming back into the attack.
Campbell gets a single to start. Very good opening spell from her. 2 overs, 4 runs and the wicket as well.
I think her class has shown through Chanel Henry in terms of her batting. So that brilliant 100 scored the other night. But I also think that her bowling has been exemplary throughout this tournament. She has bowled with pace. She has bowled with aggression. Seemed to wear her heart on her sleeve, and that's good to see from a neutral's perspective.
Mentor hasn't played that line well throughout this tournament. Has played at a few of them and continues to miss them.
I think her job here would be to get as much of the strike to Campbell. Has been there for a while, but only faced 21 deliveries. It tells me that she hasn't got a lot of the strike in the last 5 or so overs.
An appeal from everyone around the bat, you'll expect that. They want to be able to try and bowl out Guyana to get an extra bowling point. But they can also pick up a bowling point in this phase if they restrict the batting team to less than 5 runs or fewer. Looks quite possible given the amount of wickets that's been lost. Looking to go big down the ground. It's in the inner half of the bat. Mentor wanted a run. And she's been sent back by the skipper.
Quite an interesting choice of shot there from Campbell. Looking to go big. I still think she needs to bat all of these remaining overs. That's the only way Guyana is going to get up to any sort of respectable total. Just losing her shape on that occasion, looking to hit Henry out of the ground.
Nicely played that time. I think this will get to the fence. Using the pace and getting it in that vacant area behind deep third. She picks up a welcome boundary for Guyana.
I think that's a better option for her. The third man was in this circle. So all she had to do was get some bat on that one. And got it past that fielder short third man into the fence for 4. So good result for her. Campbell, she moves up to 23 from 23 deliveries.
An appeal to end the 16th At the end of that, Guyana women 67 for 6.
5 runs coming from that over from Chanel Henry. Coming back into the attack. Figures of 3 overs, 1 for 9 so far from her. So still very economical from her perspective and the Jamaicans. That run rate just around 4.2 runs per over. Guyana, as we mentioned, will be looking to get it up somewhere in the region of 5.56 if possible. That would take some getting. They will need Campbell to get the majority of the remaining 24 deliveries. She has been playing well so far, scoring just around a run a ball in this innings, 23 from 24 deliveries.
Nation to continue with ball in hand. Now from the other end. Nation picked up 3 wickets in her first game versus Windward Islands. Since then, she's only managed to pick up 1. Good economy though. Didn't bowl in one of the game, that game versus Leeward Islands. Wide signal from the umpire.
I think she's been steady in Nation. She's used her changes of pace quite well. Quite deceptive at times. She's been able to limit the scoring opportunities of the batters. That one punched down to long off. Direct hit, but Mentor on that occasion was quite safe. Single added to the total, up to 69 for 6 into over number 17.
Looking at the skies as well. Jamaica, it's very dark in that area where the rain usually comes from. Using the feet, continues to do so well, Campbell. See Kate Wilmot on the field, she's currently at long off. Nicole Campbell is off the field. Still not able to get back onto it. Mentor bowling well. To the Nation.
Just getting a bit of drift away from the right hand on those 2 occasions previously. This one a bit too wide outside the off stump, signal wide. 71 for 6. This partnership still in its infancy stage. 10 from 13 deliveries.
Looks to play it very late to get it to that short third area, but Henry would have been there had she connected, and it goes to point instead. There's 3 runs coming from that over. Well, 4, 2 wides, 2 singles. Guyana 71 for 6.
Just seen some movement from the ground staff. That's always an indication in terms of what they think about the weather. As you alluded to earlier, Stacey, and that area that we normally see the weather coming from is quite dark. Hopefully the wind can pick up, as we see Henry picking up proceedings from that administrative center end into her last over.
You want to add another one to that wicket column. 1 wicket so far in this match. Almost chopping that one on. Jermaine Campbell.
I think what we've seen from Campbell is that she's a very good time off the ball, but anytime she tends to want to hit the cover of the ball, she tends to not make the type of contact that she wants. So it's something that she has to be mindful of in terms of moving forward with her game.
Full delivery, makes connection, but Kate Wilmot lies in wait. They're looking for 2, some confusion again. Eventually deciding that it should just be 1.
I think rightfully so as well. Mentor, I doubt she would have gotten back to that non-striker's end. Very good arm there. Wilmot, sorry.
Quick single taken. Nicely worked to the left of Selena White. She couldn't get around to stop it.
It's a key period of the game. The Guyana team looking to accelerate. Just 2.2 overs remaining in this innings. Jamaica, they'll be looking to limit the scoring of the Guyanese as much as possible, knowing in mind that they will have to chase these runs quite quickly when it's their turn at the crease.
Pulling it now, making sufficient connection, and it beats Jody and Morgan to her right to pick up a well-needed boundary off the bat of Shemaine Campbell.
Continues to impress here, Shemaine Campbell. Delivery on the line of the leg stump, quite short as well, just rocking back and swiveling on that one, getting it past the fielder there at short square leg and into the fence for 4. So good boundary for her at this stage. Good boundary for Guyana as well. They're up to 77 for 6.
This one is high. It's in the air. Kate Wilmot is coming in. Almost pulls off a spectacular grab. Instead, it's been dropped. And they managed to pick up 2 as well. Applause from everyone around the field, acknowledging her effort.
Brilliant effort there from Wilmot. On the long on, boundary. Was a delivery on the line of the off stump. Tugged there from Campbell down to long on. And there was Wilmot diving away to her right. Got it to some extent, but just evading her grasp as she made her way to the ground. So an opportunity missed there for the Jamaican team. An opportunity gained for Campbell and Guyana, as at the end of 18 overs, Guyana they're 79 for 6. Campbell, she's there on 31, and Mentor, she's there on 2.
As you mentioned, Campbell seems to be a much better player when she's just looking to time it. That time, losing her shape altogether. Almost offering up a chance to young Wilmot. Looks as if she has to go off the field, somehow damaged or injured herself in the process of trying to take that catch. It appears as if Nicole Campbell is back. She was on the field, of course, for Nicole Campbell, who went off.
So 2 overs remaining. What type of score Guyana will get? That's the question here. Mentor has to get Campbell back on strike as much as possible for these remaining 12 deliveries.
Nisha and Waysome returning. 2 overs, 11 runs, 1 wicket so far. Stats thought it was a wide, but looked to have brushed the pad on the way through to the keeper. Picked up that wicket of Mandy Mangru. And she does just that, getting Campbell back on strike. Will face the majority of the balls in this over.
4 deliveries remaining in this over from Waysome. It'll be interesting to see where Campbell would look to score. There's no fielder on the leg side behind square.
And I should say she'll have the opportunity to face the majority of the balls in the over. First one is a dot.
Looking at the field, I think Waysome should be aiming to bowl as straight as possible. Perhaps a bit full as well. Can't give any room outside the off stump. That third man is in the circle. That's a good length, good line as well. Making use of those fielders at long off and long on.
I wonder what Jamaica is thinking is a good score to restrict them to go on to chase and pull off a victory that will set them up comfortably to make their way into the final on Sunday. It's another dot. Jamaica will be loving all of that. Gives them the opportunity as well to pick up a bonus point in this period, restricting the opposition to 5 runs or fewer. They are on their way to doing that.
partnership. 20 from 24 deliveries. Not bad going at this stage. Just need to get that final impetus going. This one is driven nicely to the left of Nation. Good arm as well from her. Can't prevent the second though. So 2 more runs to Mentor. 2 more runs added to the total. It's the end of the 19th over, the penultimate over of this contest. At the end of it, Guyana women, they're 83 for 6, having been inserted earlier from the Jamaican women. I think it's safe to say also that the weather we spoke about earlier seemed to have left us to some extent. We are seeing the groundsmen showing limited mobility at this time. That's always a good sign. Watts finishing off proceedings here for the Jamaican team. Using her feet is Campbell, hitting it out to deep mid-wicket into the hands there of Waysome. He takes a rather comfortable catch in the end. So the end of a very good innings there from Campbell. I'm sure she'll be disappointed that she didn't take it all the way. But 32 from 32 deliveries. Guyana lose their 7th, and the total is now 83 for 7.
Yeah, Campbell looking to really hurt Jamaica in this final over. So far, they've only managed to add 22 runs in this last period, Guyana. The wicket of Campbell will help Jamaica as well. New batter. Haven't seen her bat for the entire tournament or bowl. Not sure if she can bowl. Sienna Retty-Meyer. It looks as if, yes, that's her coming out. First time to have a look at the young lady in this tournament.
She doesn't have a lot of time on her hands. 5 deliveries remaining. Needs to get bat on ball. Needs to get going. Trying to get Guyana up to somewhere close as possible to that 100 mark. It's going to be difficult. Left to be seen. I'm sure she has other ideas. Starts with a dot delivery. Not the best of starts from her.
Looking to go big, Retty-Meyer. Only managed to strike the ball into her pad. Going nowhere. 3 deliveries remaining in this innings for Guyana. Can't get a hold of it still. They're looking for a single. But Lena Scott is there. Don't you dare try to take on that fielder, Lena Scott.
Quite busy as usual, Lena. Just like to see her operate in the field. Gives it her all.
And looking for more big runs. Fails to connect. And the ball also crashes into the stump. And Guyana loses their 8th.
Not the best of batting there from Retty-Meyer. Looking to go across the line this time around, having faced 3 dot deliveries previously. On this occasion, missing it completely, losing her off stump. So a very good result for the Jamaican team. And Watts, who takes her 3rd, 3 for 13 at this time with 1 delivery remaining in this Guyana innings.
Flaviana Millington, known more for her off-spin bowling, has a chance to try and finish this game finish this innings well for Guyana, perhaps. Maybe aiming for a 6, hasn't it? That might be a good result for them. So far, Watts on top of things in this over. Only dot deliveries, all wickets in this over so far. Can she finish with a maiden wicket over?
She'll be looking to do more of the same. Guyana will be looking to finish on a high. But this over has been brilliant so far from Watts. More in line with what we saw from her throughout the tournament. Quite economical until they get in some just rewards as she's bowled again. So 2 wickets in the over for Watts. It's the end of the Guyanese innings. It ends on 83 for 9. So very good effort there from the Jamaican team, having won the toss earlier. Inserted the Guyanese. The Guyanese never really got going in terms of any sort of momentum into their innings. didn't really build a lot of partnerships along the way. In the end, they were stifled really to 83 for 9. Jamaica will need 84 for victory.
Yeah, so just kept the stumps in play there. What? You hit, I miss. Jamaica did well with the ball in hand. I can safely say that they picked up 2 bonus points, which takes them up to 25. Now they need to go on to win the game to get ahead of Leeward Islands on the points table. When we come back, action will continue in this game between Guyana and Jamaica women, needing 84 runs for victory.
Yeah, back here at the Annisville playing field where we have a battle on here for the finals in this West Indies T20 Women's Tournament against Jamaica and Guyana. Jamaica women need 84 runs to win in 20 overs. Guyana, they were restricted to 83 for 9 in their 20 overs. This should be a very interesting game. Guyana back their bowling for the tournament thus far, and the Jamaicans back their batting and their all-round ability to get them through. With me in commentary booth is Osnat Kato. Osnat Kato, you have watched the first half so far. Your impressions and your thoughts on to this second half.
Good afternoon to you, Kenway. Good afternoon to all our viewers. I'm sure that the Jamaican team will be quite pleased with their bowling effort. They never allowed the Guyanese team to get away from them, chasing a total of 84 for victory. Given the experience, given the form that some of their players are in coming into this contest, I'm sure they'll be quite pleased or be quite confident that they can overhaul this total.
Well, it's Williams and Morgan would be starting for the Jamaicans, and the skipper, Fraser, is with ball in hand. Nice cool weather as the clouds just drift away from here. First delivery. It's a good one, and she's showing the full face of the bat, saying, I'm ready for business here, is Williams. Jamaica still fighting for that place in the finals. Still need to win this game to get into that finals against Guyana. So that should be a ding-dong battle there, if that is to occur. But they need to get this 84 runs first. Let's deal with this first. Probably said by the Jamaican coach. This one is down the leg side. Jamaica are off. Waiting for the signal from the umpire. Leg by. In this game, Osnet, who you think would be the person who would change a game or bring it home for Jamaica, or the person who could change the course of Jamaica's future here in this game?
Well, you can't look past Chanel Henry, having scored 100 in the tournament so far. I'm sure Jamaican viewers, Jamaican supporters, they'll be looking to her to bring that game home. Also, they'll be looking for a good opening partnership.
Oh, that one is hitting the outer portion of the bat, and the slip didn't take it. She went flying to her right, would have been a spectacular catch. But it went a begging there. She had got some hands to it. But didn't hold on to it. What an effort.
A very good effort there from Mandy. They had a wideish first slip. It was traveling as well. Cherry and Fraser, both with reasonable pace, getting the outer portion of the bat and a diving attempt. Just couldn't hold on that occasion. Those are the type of half chances, though, that Guyana will have to take to put some early pressure on his Jamaican batting unit.
Yeah, they are. Yes, seriously confident, this Jamaican team. As they normally see me now back down. Coming to your full force. When I bring it to you. Jamaicans. Good full delivery. But wide signal by the umpire, ill-directed. 2 without loss. Jamaica, the only century maker in the tournament so far, Henry. You know, she's a dangerous customer. She's there to come. Williams and Morgan is there at the crease. What a brilliant effort so far by Fraser with the ball, the new ball. Bowling with some pace. She stands up and just punches it. Oh, that sloppy feeling there by the fielder, short extra cover.
Yeah, Millington there, not really covering herself in glory. The delivery punched out to her in the extra cover region, allowing that one to go through her and allowing a single. So both players now off the mark. Jamaica, they're up to 4 without loss.
This time it's hitting down the ground. This one traveling to the boundary. Morgan says, I'm not going to fool around with you anymore. You pitch in my half, I'm going to deal with you. And it went flying over mid-on into the fence for 4.
I've seen a bit of that from Morgan in the tournament, where she's able to hit through the line, that delivery a bit full there from Fraser, allowing Morgan to get close to it. She's a well-built young lady, does crack a punch. And on that occasion, getting it past the fielder there at mid-on into the fence for 4 for her first boundary, the first boundary of the Jamaican response. They're up to 8 without loss, 1 over completed.
That punch is like Mike Tyson. You hit him with your left or right hand. Was that? Which one of the hands? That was a serious punch. Flew back past the bowler. Nobody had a chance of stopping that. Flew across the outfield and went into the fence for 4. 8 without loss. Jamaica looking for that total. Have another 76 runs to get from 19 overs. Millington will take up the bowling. Off spinner from the top end. Old airport end. There's a deep mid wicket, a long on. Short mid wicket. This one is punched straight back down. Easy run. To start proceedings in the second over. Guyana. Is it, they call it the land of wood and water? Or Jamaica?
I think that's Jamaica.
That's Jamaica? I'm just trying. I'm testing you there. You're on. That's good. The land of reggae as well. Big up to the posters in Bobbies, Georgetown, Guyana. This one is punch to cover.
I think it's a good option against Morgan, especially to utilize his spinner. She tends to want the ball to come onto the bat a bit more, so I'm thinking she'll enjoy the pace of Fraser, but so far hasn't been able to manipulate or score off the spin of Millington.
With this good line and length being bowled here by Millington, not too much in the crease, not too much up to the batter, just on and off stump. Good again. Really, not any width outside the off stump, just here or there. Keeping things tight, she ought to. Not a huge total on the board. 9 without loss, Jamaica. She just turns that neatly to the onside. So some good cricket here by Morgan. Brings over number 2 to an end. So 10 without loss. Jamaica scoring at 5. Start proceedings here. Not a bad over.
A very good start there from Millington. Was able to maintain good lines, good lengths throughout that over. Didn't offer any sort of opportunity there for Morgan to free her arms. In the end, just conceding 2 runs. So Jamaica did 10 without loss. That required run rate is something to keep an eye on. Just around 4.11 runs per over. Quite comfortable, I would say.
So it's Fraser again. We'll be trying to dislodge one of these batters. It's Morgan on strike. The aggressive Morgan. Again, she's hitting that straight to mid-on. Didn't find the gap this time. Found the fielder and took a simple catch, chest height. And Jamaica have lost wicket number 1 and Guyana are happy.
Morgan once again looking to be aggressive against the seaming option of Fraser. Didn't see that type of attacking intent in the previous over against the spinner. So she was chancing her arms against Sherry and Fraser. Sherry and Fraser this time around coming up trumps. Morgan there not timing it well enough to evade the fielder there at mid-on, in the end presenting a simple opportunity for her, which she accepted. So Jamaica, they lose their first. The score is now 10 for 1.
Well. 10 for 1, looking for another 74. I told you we're going to have a ding-dong battle on hand here between these two teams. Caribbean supremacy they're fighting for. Guyana, one of the bigger islands. Jamaica, forced to be reckoned with. Guyana produced some wonderful West Indies cricketers. Jamaica, the same thing. I've been fighting for supremacy for over a number of years. And they have done exceptionally well. This level. So, 10 for 1, that brings Nation into strike. She'll be facing the skipper. It's a good delivery. She drives that with the full face of the bat. Out to cover. She makes amends this time. Ten without loss, 10 for 1. Nation yet to score. Williams, 2 from 5. It's a good one again. She plays forward. Quiet. She's bowling a pretty solid ball there, Fraser. Hitting the line and length just on that 4th, 5th stump. Nice conditions for cricket. The sun is out. Not in all its glory. This one is driven. It's in the outer portion of the bat. Goes down to third man. Fielded. Return comes in. Another run.
Just offering a bit of room outside the off stump on that occasion was Fraser. Nation reaching for it somewhat, getting it down to third man for a single, so she's up and running. 11 for 1.
This one is driven to covers. Oh, bad miss there again. Would she get it? No, she doesn't. They goes past the rope for 4. Second bit bad miss there by that fielder, short extra cover. Millington. And it goes into the fence for 4.
Not the best of feeling again from Millington, second time around. Previously, it cost the team 1 run, but this time around, going all the way to the fence for 4. So I'm sure Williams will be quite pleased with that. Good timing on that delivery. Outfield seemed to have quickened up to some extent.
She shot that one with some power. This time it's on her leg. She's turning it down to fine leg. Picks up another single, but it was hit with some power as well. And it rushed across the outfield into the fence for 4. So a lovely start here for Jamaica. They are 16 for 1. 3 overs completed. We have Nation, he's on 1, and Williams is on 7 from 7. They need to get another 68 runs to win this game.
It was successful over there from Fraser, over in which he got the wicket of Morgan. Morgan threatened for a while, showed a lot of attacking intent. But Jamaica, they're 16 for 1. Not a bad start from them, scoring just around 5 runs per over. That required run rate again, just hovering around 4. So just a matter of maintaining a partnership between these two, Captain Williams and Nation, both very experienced players at this level. Still have the likes of Chanel Henry to follow. Sweeping this one through the region of square leg into the fence for 4. So the fielder there at deep mid wicket, trying to make our way around. But such was the timing on that one from Williams, getting it into the gap as well. So Jamaica, they continue to push on here at the start of this response. They are now up to 20 for 1.
Yeah, aggressive start here by Jamaica, 20 for 1. Really bad delivery there. Bowled by Millington, just on the legs. There's no protection on that square leg boundary. And easy shot played here by Williams. She is in the mood for this. And it rushed into the fence for 4. Good comeback there by Millington. Full, flatter delivery. She dug it out and squeezed it to that field at mid-wicket. Mid-on, in between there. 20 for 1, flighted outside the off stump, hitting the outer portion of the bat. The edge runs down to third man. Somebody would get it. 2 more runs. So Jamaica, not cruising, not flying, but a very good start.
Showing a bit of intent, these two, especially Williams, playing quite a few shots. Still in the power play, mind you. So just 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. This one again getting the outer portion of the bat in the region of short third man for another single. So these singles really hurt the Guyanese cause. They've not been able to maintain any sort of pressure on these two, at least so far. That run rate up to 6 runs per over.
Well, the Guyanese are heavily dependent on their bowling. Jamaica on their much heavy batting line up front and their all-round ability. This one is short. Pounced on it and pulled it down to long on. Another single. So The runs are coming rather easily here for Jamaica. So after 4 overs bowled, they are 24 for 1. Looking for another 60 from 16 overs. Just to remind you that Campbell got 32 from 33. And Manassa got 9. And also Kanabi, she got just about 16. So nobody really carried on in that innings. It's very important when you get in, you carry on. Williams have gone to 14 so far. They're hoping that she carries on. And Jamaica 24 for 1.
Positive start from the Jamaicans. That run rate, as we mentioned, just around 6 runs per over. That required run rate continues to go down. As long as they're able to maintain above that required run rate, they'll be in good stead, the Jamaican team. I think what has been refreshing to see is just the level of intent so far from these two. They've run well between the wickets, and they have not been afraid to put some pressure on the bowlers whenever they've been given the opportunity.
Well, you have seen this sort of aggression from the Jamaican team and the Leeward Islands team. From the start, they go at you hard, good run again, easy single.
That's good batting there from Nation, showing all of our experience. Just going onto a back foot and walking that one behind square on the leg side, putting a bit of pressure there on the fielder. Once again, another single taken. This time Williams opting for that sweep shot. Not making the type of connection she was hoping for. Gets another single, so 2 singles so far from this over. 2 deliveries bowled.
Yeah, seems to be in a little bit of pain there, Williams, but she got up. She's bending over here. Not too sure what is happening there. She has to fight for her country. Have a whole nation on her back. This one is a full delivery and smashed out to backward point. She's gone for 1. Nation is back for 2. Full delivery. Didn't get it as she would like to. She would have liked to, but still picked up 2 runs.
Yes, that one perhaps slipping out of the hand there of Grimman. Offering the opportunity outside the option from Nation. Not timing it as well as she would like, but in the end gets 2 more runs. The total continues to increase. Jamaica, they're up to 28 for 1 into over number 5.
Oh, beautifully bowled. Through the baton pad, beat the keeper. Really beautiful delivery there. By signal by the umpire. That was wonderfully bowled.
Very good bowling there from Grimman. Typical off-spinner's delivery. Not sure how much you know about off-spin, Kenroy. That one pitched and went between bat and pad. Evaded the keeper as well. But 2 more runs added to the total as Jamaica goes up to 30 for 1.
Flighty delivery again, pushed down to long on. I think I've seen a little bit different. The difference in the bowling here from Guyana. They were a little bit more defensive in their approach. To me, this inning seems like they want to get wickets. They're bowling after the batters. Normally, the batters would come after them. That's better. That's what I was talking about. Allow the batters to come to you, knowing you have a lower total. They are bowling it too close to the batters. That brings you over to an end. So after 5 overs, it's now 31 for 1. They require another 53 runs from 15 overs. Williams have 15 from 14, and Nation 6 from 8.
But Jamaica continue to chip away at these runs. 31 for 1. And to continue to chip away at proceedings here this afternoon will be Stacey and Adams.
31 for 1. Stacey Ann steps into the hot seat. It's a crucial time to get into this seat, as another single is on offer here. Nation and Williams doing the job here for Jamaica. Excellent start, Stacey Ann.
Yeah, really good start, save for that wicket of Judy and Morgan for Jamaica.
little forward outside the off stump. That's what I'm talking about. Make the batter reach for you. Make them work. Let them come to you. You don't have a lot of runs to play with. Can't bowl too close to the batsman. You have a packed offside field. Take the pace off. Think about it. That's better. Back your bowling. Let the batters come to you. It's a good feeling there. Not really cleanly, but still gives away one. Jamaica, in my opinion, here in the driver's seat, not because you have lost a wicket. 33 for 1. Again, outside the off stump, good delivery there by Millington. Thinks she have just found a length just out on the off stump. She bowled a little bit too close, in my opinion, to the batters pretty early in her spell. First over or so. Full toss, hit down the ground. Over comes to an end. Stacey, and 6 overs completed. Power play has been
good power play for Jamaica. 34 for 1. Importantly, just losing that only wicket off Julian Morgan in the power play. Mentioned the opening partnership for this tournament for Jamaica. The best being 33 against Windward Islands. And after that, it's been single-digit scores. Today, I think they managed to get up to double figures. But the opening partnership woes continues for Jamaica, and as well as the other teams in this tournament. Haven't had the best opening starts, you'll say, consistently from teams in this tournament.
Well, that's a word that we have used during this tournament, consistency. The only thing that have been consistent is the dot deliveries in every team. Jamaica doing much better in this innings. You have gone beyond a run a ball to start proceedings in this very important game. Griezmann continues to bowl here for Guyana.
Yes, the significance of knowing what you have to do in this phase of the game. They managed to pick up 2 bowling points when they bowled Jamaica, taking them to 25. So a win will take them to 31 and above Leeward Islands.
It's better bowling there, keeping things tight. But Jamaica, a very attacking team. As we normally see, they don't play. There we go. Sweeping that one out to mid-wicket.
Almost picking the gap perfectly, but really, Griezmann has been one of the standouts on the boundary, catching and fielding. Quick walk for her, getting around to her right.
With this sort of batting station, we'll be over number 13 from Jamaica. 36 for 1, into over number 7. Required run rate is 3.60, and they are scoring at 5.40. Excellent so far. This one is driven to covers.
Yeah, they're in cruise control, Jamaica, ensuring that they don't lose a lot of wickets and still keep the scoreboard ticking over as much as possible, especially in this period. They still have the leading run scorer to come in Chanel Henry, but they won't want to leave a lot to her. This pair owes the team some runs, you say, especially Nation. I think she'll want to do well for them here today. And then if they get into that final, continue to score runs for them as well. Hasn't gotten off with the bat yet in the tournament, Nation.
Well, Nation has a whole nation on her back here this afternoon. She needs to take the nation of Jamaica to the finals against Guyana. To do that, they need another 47 runs from 13 overs. So Nation is fighting for our nation along with Griezmann who's our partner. Sorry, with Williams, who's our partner. She's on 17 from 19. Grimmon has bowled 2 for 8. As you see, Guyana continue to bring in the changes here. They have backed their bowling throughout the tournament. Actually, this was the first time they have batted in this tournament first. They have chased in all the other on all the other occasions.
Yashmini Munisa with ball in hand now has displayed her tactical acumen in this tournament with ball in hand in terms of the lengths and variations that she's used to the batters.
Short delivery punch to cover.
And as I give a compliment, first delivery is a short one, Kenroy.
Nothing was done with that. It's a dot delivery. This one is driven up to mid-off. So a good start so far. Keeping things intact. 2 dot deliveries. There has to be a change in the game. She would have to cause it for Guyana. Again, just easy single down the road. It's a good batting here by Nation. She's moved on to 11 from 18. Williams is 17 from 19. So I think the skipper has got it right now. Packed onside field. Deep mid-wicket. Square leg, mid-wicket. Mid-on. Long on. Cover. Short extra cover. Backward point. Mid-off. Wicket keeper. There you have it. That's a ring of feelers. Good delivery, squeeze down to third man. Takes another single. Station, what would change the direction of this game at present? Jamaica 39 for 1. Cruise control there on. Runs are coming at will. Good feeling there at cover.
Yeah, certainly only wickets from Guyana point of view will change the outlook on things currently. As I mentioned, Jamaica cruising towards a victory. They don't look bothered in the middle, just walking it around. The runway required is less than 4 runs per over.
Watts with excellent bowling spell, 4 for 13. She got 2 wickets in her final over. It was a maiden as well for Jamaica. So they left the field with that sort of momentum. And they came over. They came into batting with that sort of momentum. That is critically important when you're playing cricket. Momentum. They left with that momentum from bowling. And they came with that sort of momentum when they are batting here this evening. They continue to just knock the ball around. They have knocked it in the gap. They're coming back for 2. A good throw should be trouble. Oh my God, she's run out. Pushing for 2. Struggling to get back to the end. And she is run out. What would this do to the Jamaican team?
I said it before. That girl, Liliana Grimmon, is one of the best boundary riders I've seen in the tournament. Look how quickly she got to the ball. And the accuracy as well. The strength in the throw. Straight to the gloves of Campbell. Didn't have to do much. Rashad Williams is nowhere in the picture. Amazing piece of fielding. Brilliance from young Liliana Grimmon.
Well, Jamaica didn't even have any need for that between Williams and Nation. They were batting well. They got the single. Looked for 2. Unfortunately, she couldn't get back. And she goes through the run-out route. Jamaica have lost wicket number 2. It's 40 for 2. They have another 44 runs to get against this Guyana team. Oh, how things could change here. But here comes the woman who's in form. Is it her?
Abigail Bryce is the new
Bryce
batter.
Yeah.
The way they were batting Jamaica didn't look as if a wicket was going to fall anytime soon. The way they were in control of what was happening out there. That too, it looked like it was certainly on, but good work from Grimmond in the outfield.
Yeah, I think she turned a little bit too slow on the first run. Had some hesitation as well. And that really dented her and causes other problem that occurred. This one is driven through backward point. Lovely timing it is. It is rushing to the fence. It's gone over the fence for 4. What a shot. She timed it to perfection and it ran across the playing field into the fence for 4. Lovely shot.
Yeah, happy to see that for young Abigail Bryce, picking the gap very early. She's played a few shots in the tournament, but just been finding the fielders on that occasion, finding the gap, and Cherry Ann Fraser really escorting it to the boundary. She kept up with it for the most part of it, but in the end, the ball just too quick across the turf, crashing into the boundary for 4.
What a start for Bryce. Quicker, flatter delivery. Bryce timed that one to perfection. Piercing that gap through backward point, raced across the outfield. So another one, flighted delivery, full toss, hitting it down to the mid-off. Goes into the fence now. Bad delivery there by Grimmond and dealt it accordingly. Another 4.
And a young under-19 player, Abigail Bryce, just into the crease and already picking up 2 boundaries, will certainly ease the pressure for Jamaica.
So, 48 for 2. Bryce just at the crease. Nation it has 11 from 19. 48 for 2, 8.5 overs. Cruise, Jamaica cruising. This one has been pulled to square leg uppishly. No one there to take that catch, but bounces out to the person at mid-wicket who comes around and fields. Another single. That brings you over to an end. 9 overs completed. Jamaica needs another 35 from 11 overs. They are cruising here at Arnisville at 5.44.
Looking at the screen, they do have the wrong batter there, Kenisha Ferron. It's Abigail Bryce that's in the middle, number 29 on her back. The correction might come shortly.
So Jamaica making light work of Guyana thus far. They have lost 2 wickets in the process, but that has not stopped them from doing what they ought to do here. Nation looks very good. Bryce has joined her and played very positively so far.
Yeah, and that's it right there, Ken Roy. She's come out with positive intent, had a few deliveries, few poor deliveries that she managed to put away.
This one is driven straight to the fielder again. Something we have seen so often in this tournament, not hitting the gaps. But you're playing some lovely shots, just not hitting the gap left or right of the fielder. This one is hit in the air. She has misjudged it. It's gone over the head. She didn't control it properly, but she gets away with that. Fortune favor the brave.
Yeah, her option seems to be going over the infield. Retty Meyer in the circle at mid-off. Just passes over her head.
So
Adds another run and brings up the 50 as well for Jamaica.
That brings up the 50. 50 for 2, 34 runs needed. This is good going here by Jamaica. No panic. Just simple cricket. And they have gotten to this stage. This one is driven sweetly for a single. So, you're almost halfway in the second half of this innings, in the penultimate day for this tournament. This one is down the leg side. I think she missed out on that one, is Bryce. Short delivery on the legs, went for the sweep, found that field at square leg, just on the circle. Little finer, that would have sped off to the boundary. Quicker delivery there. It's in the outer portion of the bat. That brings you over to an end. And 10 overs have been completed. And with 10 overs completed, Jamaica 51 for 2. Looking for another 35 runs here at Arnesville. 11 overs remaining. It's a water break. And we will take a break here at Arnesville and be right back to bring you more coverage between this game between Jamaica and Guyana. A very important game for Jamaica to get themselves to the finals. And we will continue coverage here at Arnesville between these two top teams in the tournament so far.
Welcome back after the drinks break. Jamaica in form control, 51 for 2, needing a further 33 for victory from 60 balls. Dismissed batters Rashada Williams and Judian Morgan. Judian Morgan dismissed by Cherry and Fraser. And Rashada Williams was run out looking for 2. Shidi Nation, 12 off 20, and Abigail Bryce has just joined her. Has looked quite positive in the middle so far. 10 from 10 balls, taking a lot of pressure off the senior batter at the other end. We also have Henry to come as well. I welcome you back to the commentary booth, Osnet Kato.
Good afternoon to you, Stacey, and good afternoon to our viewers. This partnership looking quite dangerous for the Guyanese team.
This one is cut and cut in the air. Shidi Nation, unbelievable. She's picked out the fielder there who's taken a diving catch. Shanita Grimman looks to be down in some pain as well. But she's held on to the ball, and right after the drinks break, there's a dismissal.
This is always the case following from a drinks break. We've seen that endless times in this tournament. Short delivery outside the off stump. There was Nation looking to cut that one through the offside. Offer the opportunity there for the field at backward point to dive to her left and took a brilliant catch. Just as I was saying that this partnership was beginning to look dangerous for the Guyanese team, they've managed to get the breakthrough. That of Nation and the Jamaica women, they're now 51 for free. In heads Chanel Henry.
Yeah, how many times have you seen deliveries like that pick up a wicket? Nation probably thought that was going to the boundary for all money. Shanita Gremon gets in the way, started short Niall Latchman, and picks up her 8th wicket of this tournament.
Leg spin as usual, causing a bit of problems. Not the best of deliveries, mind you, but well supported in the field there from Gremon. Diving catch to dismiss that of Nation, the type of catch that would lift the spirits of the Guyanese team. Jamaica have managed to reach to 51 for 2 over number 10. So reasonable scoring rate for them, just around 5 runs per over. So Guyana, if they are really to get back into this contest, they will need to get wickets and get wickets quickly and consistently for the remaining 9.5 overs or so.
Yeah, they'll also want to see the back of this player, Chanel Henry, leading run scorer in the tournament, 173 runs with a strike rate of 160.
Big player, big moment in the game as well. Guyana just getting the wicket there of Nation, who's also a very important player in this batting lineup. Well, as we know, Chanel Henry, international player who has shown her class in the tournament so far. But it's a new day. She'll have to start again, get used to the conditions, and I'm sure the Guyanese team will want to make it as difficult as possible for her, at least at the start of her innings.
Right away, all 4 deep fielders back. Cover, long on, long off. Cow corner as well. So Henry to face her first. This one is short as well. Better delivery that time from Laya Latchman, finding her length on the 3rd ball of this over. Won't matter though, she picked up that first wicket of her first ball.
I think it's good lines from her. Henry seemed to be camped on that back foot, so the previous delivery, even though it was full, Henry perhaps should have been forward to that delivery, so not offering her any sort of room, Latchman. This time around, the commentator's curse, giving her a bit of room outside the off stump, and Henry's off the mark, punching this one out to deep point.
And I was thinking to myself as that fielder went out immediately when Chanel Henry came in. They're looking for wickets, they're looking to put pressure on the team. So I just thought, perhaps put a little bit more faith. Yes, it was a wide delivery to start that got the wicket, but perhaps keep that fielder in and just try and exert more pressure on the team. And Henry swept around. Retty Meyer is there on the square leg boundary. Has used that sweep shot well so far in this innings. Abigail Bryce, a wicket taken over. Jamaica 53 for 3 after 11.
Very good start from Latchman, leg spinner. Always a difficult art, that of leg spin. But on that occasion, managing to limit the scoring of the Jamaican team and also getting that big wicket of Nation from that first delivery of that particular over. So Jamaica, they're up to 53 for 3. 11 overs completed. That required run rate just around 3.4 runs per over.
Ashmini Munisa. Abigail Bryce continuing to show intent. First ball from Munisa.
It's not a bad option. The field on the offside is up. So she's looking to go over the inner ring on the offside. Just not timing it on that occasion.
Looking to sweep. There's a huge appeal, but right away the umpire nods not out.
Looks to be playing a shutter ball here, Abigail Bryce. Just needs to settle herself down. She's already off to a reasonable start. required run rate not too high. I think that's the senior partner at the other end, Chanel, should have perhaps have a word with her. Just tell her to just calm down a bit. Seem to be quite intent in terms of continuing to score that quickly, which is not necessarily necessary at this time.
Yes, I agree with you, and need to get in a mode of rotating the strike more as well. Jamaica faced a great number of dots in the last 2 overs. Don't want to get in that habit of accumulating dots, and then before you look up, you're under pressure in terms of the scoring rate required. Five dot deliveries now in this over. Square leg goes back. Cover goes out. So now they're playing with the field. They want Abigail Bryce on strike. They want her to get a single so she can face the first ball of the next over. Looking to sweep again. And gets that single. And she's on strike to face the first ball of the next over, Abigail Bryce. Just 1 run coming from that over. Jamaica, 54 for 3.
Another good over there from Munisa. Figures of 3 overs, none for 4 so far. So she's been quite miserly in terms of this spell. Abigail Bryce, just showing her inexperience in that over. Still a very young player. Hopefully she'll learn from these experiences. And having the services of Chanel Henry at the other end, I'm sure that would be beneficial to her in terms of how she goes about operations for the remainder of this innings. 54 for 3, Jamaica.
Yeah, had a good start, Abigail Bryce. What she failed to do in that over is show a measure of control and try and control the game by just walking it around, showing them that she's on top instead. She faced 5 dots in that over. Nia Latchman now to continue. Already picked up 1 wicket of Shideen Nation. This one is very short, not able to capitalize fully, but manages to get the single and get Chanel Henry on strike.
Good start to the over again from Latchman. Both of these spinners trying to create somewhat of a stranglehold on Bryce. Henry just facing 4 deliveries so far.
Tossed up, driven through the covers. Fraser gives chase, but the ball will win the race. Excellent timing off the bat of Chanel Henry.
Well, most times whenever you see Henry hitting these deliveries, the ball normally wins the race. On that occasion, a bit of flight offer there from Latchman. Going through the offside was Henry. Fraser, a valiant effort from her, but just going to prevent that boundary. So Henry, she's up to 9. And the Jamaican, they're up to 59 for 3.
Yeah, Plaffy and Millington again in the line of fire. She's misfielded 3 times in that region. That time a boundary being allowed through. Cut in this time, waiting on it well.
Just offering a bit of whiff there was Latchman. And Henry, as usual, waiting to pounce on anything offered outside the off stump, getting that one down to D point for a single. 60 for 3.
Sweeping again. Bit of a top edge, I believe. It'll run close to the boundary, but just holds up. Yeah, so no signal from the umpire, so definitely a top edge there from Abigail Bryce. 8 runs coming from the over so far. So a dot to finish. It will remain 8 runs. And after 13 overs, Jamaica women 62 for 3.
Well, after a couple of overs where the Jamaicans were stifled to some extent, that over would have been welcome from the Jamaican dugout. 8 runs coming from it, getting back into shape. 62 for 3. Just requiring a further 22 runs to win from 7 overs. As we see Millington make our way into the attack again.
And mentioned it was a dark cloud before, it's still there, so keep an eye on that, Jamaica. We don't want to lose another wicket. They are well below Duckworth Lewis. Well above, sorry, I beg your pardon, by 12 runs. So we want this partnership between Henry and Bryce to continue. Get them over the line as well. Change of personnel on that cover boundary. Retimaya is being called into the circle, and their boundary rider in Grimmond is being sent back. Right away she comes into action.
Millington into his final over. Figures of none for 14 so far. Just need to get something in that final column. If the Guyanese are to put any sort of pressure on the Jamaicans, of course that big wicket of Chanel Henry always looms large.
Yeah, Millington was the leading wicket taker in the tournament last year. 11 wickets to her name. Hasn't been a good T20 blaze for her this time around. Only 2 wickets so far in the tournament. So Henry now going down probably to have a word with the young lady. Just telling her, you know, just need calm heads out here. Don't need to try to force a shot. Find the gap. Keep rotating the strike. That's all Jamaica needs to do to get home. Henry wanted the single. She swept it straight to Niall Latchman, who fumbled. Henry was halfway down the ground, but Bryce was not interested in getting that single.
We've seen a sequence of dot balls again piling up against Bryce.
Goes over Munisa this time. Runs close to the rope. And she makes up for those dot deliveries with a 4. Well timed and well placed as well from Abigail Bryce.
I'm not sure if she was aiming a bit straight on that occasion, but got the inside portion of the bat. But such was her timing on that occasion, getting it over the field at short mid-wicket into the fence for 4. So good result for her after that sequence of dot deliveries all around in the over.
Through the cover region now. Won't get to the fence. They're looking for 2, but Henry sends her back. Interestingly as well is the last ball of the over. Jamaica 68 for 3, so Bryce will have the strike for the first ball in the next over.
A positive end to the over there from the Jamaican team, having soaked up 3 dot balls there. Bryce, she managed to get 5 runs from those last couple of deliveries. Jamaica now up to 68 for 3. Bryce 19 from 26 deliveries. I think we've seen moments of brilliance from her in terms of being able to time the ball quite well. But as we mentioned before, a young player trying to make her way at this particular level just need to perhaps get those singles a bit more. And I'm sure that will come with time, as this one is punched again out to deep mid-wicket for a single. 69 for 3.
Yeah, she's played that flick off her pads well, Abigail Bryce. Yeah, good signs from her in terms of her ball striking ability. Gets that one into the area there. Mandy Mangru dive into her right. Can't prevent the single. She hasn't hit a 6, but her timing seems to be really good. Plays a number of shots. Yes, a lot of them hits the fielders. Just need to work on her placement a bit more and also add the manipulation of the gaps. Almost getting into the gap that time, but Grimmond gets in the way. Strong throw from her also, but they still managed to pick up 2.
A full toss on that occasion, served up by Latchman. Bryce going through the onside. Timing it quite well, but Grimman, as we've seen throughout the tournament so far, brilliant in the outfield, limiting the batters to 2 runs, as this one getting the inner portion of the bat. And another single, so runs come in quite easily, quite freely at this time for the Jamaican team, as they are on the final stretch, as they aim to get 84 runs to take this one.
With offered protection there on the cover boundary and Shanita Grimmond.
That's a shot we have seen from Henry against the leg spinner throughout this inning so far. Just staying back, not coming too far forward, and allowing herself the opportunity to free her arms through the offside.
Straight hit from Bryce now. Kajnabi is there on the boundary, so it'll just be a single. We finish that over. 7 runs coming from it. Great result for Jamaica. Edging ever so closer to victory. 75 for 3.
Another good over there for the Jamaican team. Scoring quite freely at times. That required run rate now below 2 runs per over. So really it's a matter of time for the Jamaicans. Henry, she's there on 9. Bryce, 24 from 30 deliveries. They just need a further 9 runs from 5 overs. Shouldn't be anything difficult for the Jamaicans.
Ashmini Munisa with our last over in this spell. Hasn't picked up a wicket, but miserly. Just 4 runs coming from her 19 balls so far. Taking it over the infield on the leg side. It's been a good target area for Abigail Bryce in that mid-wicket region.
It's an area she seemed to favour. We've seen her on a couple of occasions now, peppering that onside field by way of sweeps, pull, brings Henry into strike.
Looks to go big. Shanita Graham is there. She takes a very... Oh no, she's actually put it down. I thought it stuck for a moment. And Munisa is denied a first wicket in this match by way of a drop catch.
For a while I thought she had it. There was Grimmond. Just flicked this one. Henry didn't really hit it with any sort of venom. But just as she was heading to the ground, that ball seemed to have evaded her grasp. So another opportunity goes a-begging for the Guyana team. They've not been able to take those half chances offered by the Jamaicans. And 77 for 3 now, the Jamaicans.
Grimmond also clutching at her right shoulder after falling. This time down the ground, Fraser tries to get a hand to it. And again, just escorts that one to the boundary. She tried with all her might to try and get it, but it was just too quick across the turf. And Abigail Bryce, hitting it fine since she's come to the middle, picks up another boundary and brings Jamaica ever so closer to pulling off a victory and one step closer to a final as well.
It's a shot that she has threatened to play throughout the innings. In fact, we spoke about the fact that the offside field is all the fielders in the offside are in the circle. So it was always going to be a good option as long as she got close to the pitch of it. This time again, looking to replicate, getting the outer portion of the bat, but thankfully for her, just evading the fielder there at short cover. So 1 more run added to the total, up to 82 for 3. Just 2 runs required.
Yeah, as a neutral fan, wasn't it? I'm happy to see the young player hasn't had the best of tournaments with bat in hand, come out and fight for her team, outscoring Chanel Henry as well in this partnership. Flicking it to the onside, looking to finish it in style, but just a single. And it ends the over as well. An expensive one. 8 runs coming from it. Jamaica 83 for 3.
It's a brilliant spell from Munisa, putting that last over aside, where she went for 8 runs, 4 overs, none for 12. So very good figures for her. think the only disappointment would be that she was not able to get in the wickets. So the captain, Campbell, would have been looking for a couple of wickets from her just to push the Jamaicans back. But Bryce, as you mentioned, has played quite well, 30 from 34 deliveries, putting her hand up this time around, being counted. I'm sure from a Jamaican perspective, they'll be quite pleased with that effort.
Just one run to win. They're pushing back long off. In fact, they're calling her in the circle now. And mid-wicket is going back. So one run to win. Gets a bit of an edge onto it. Won't matter if it gets to the boundary or not. They managed to get the one run to seal their victory. And a possible chance in the final. Yes, Windward Islands are in with a chance, but it's a very, very slim chance. So Jamaica virtually sealing their place in the final here versus Jamaica on Sunday, versus Guyana on Sunday, but we'll still wait to see the result in that final match. Windward Islands versus Barbados.
A very good all-around effort from the Jamaican team from the very start. I thought their bowling did well in the power play, restricting the progress of the Guyanese team. They were able to feel well, something that they haven't always done throughout this tournament. And of course, with the bat, I thought that they were able to get certain partnerships going. And the likes of Bryce coming to the forefront, 30 from 34 deliveries, making it quite simple in the end. So 84 for free. They are winning this one by 7 wickets. Well done to the Jamaican team.
Well done indeed to Jamaica. Must be happy to see Abigail Bryce come out and step up with the bat for her team as well. So Jamaica register a victory by 7 wickets. Do join us at 7 p.m. when Windward Islands, with a very slim chance, probably have to look to get all their bonus points along with a victory to take over Jamaica on the table. Do join us at 7 p.m. when they take on Barbados.